All right, what do you think there? Everything good? Welcome back.
Now, what's really funny is now I can hear you nice and clear, where before I couldn't.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome back, guys. This is Hupahu. Welcome to Original GM. We're season 5, episode 6. How you guys doing? Yeah,
Wonderful. Great. Wonderful. Super duper.
that's wonderful. Cool. So I really want to get started quick. Go ahead and do our normal tidbit thing, whatever that is. Go to www.highestlevelwall.com and buy the books, buy the system, get the bundle, get some free music, get your player character record sheets, and support us on all our social medias. Hit the like, subscribe, follow, all that stuff. And yeah, that's over, right? Here we go. Apologize for last episode when we had some technical difficulties. We've tried some new stuff this time. We'll see what's going to happen with the sound. At least I can hear the music uh, and how loud it is compared to our voices. So that'll be a bonus for sure. Be able to stop that from happening. So yeah, you guys ready?
Yep.
You remember where we left off, right? You guys were in the middle of the forest. Yeah. So as you guys are sitting there and you realize you're getting ready to get hungry and pussy and all those various things you're talking about pushing on through, as you're doing that, a shadow starts to move through the forest toward you and it starts to surround you and close in on you. It's everywhere. Even if you take the flight from it, whatever, it doesn't matter. The shadow consumes you. And you all wake up in your meditative states.
Are you serious?
The difference this time from all the others is Kaiden and Thane's bodies are sitting pose right next to you. It's a yeah. As you settle back into your original meditative positions that you were in, a sensation overwhelms you all. Not merely a memory, but a deep, lingering, awakening truth that you have never left this spot from the moment that you went into your meditative state. The shadow has always been here. It's always been watching you, binding you in its silent grasp around you. You realize you've been surrounded by shadows and that this flame in the center of the room is still burning with the shadow energy. But not all of you returned back to your meditative state. As I said, the presence of Caden and Thane lingers in the air a little bit, like it just happened, yet they remain motionless and lifeless and partially decomposed. Their bodies are hollow eyed, twisted in agony of time's slow claim. You're not sure how long it's been since you started this meditative state. The scent of decay is just faint, almost forgotten. So it has been a little while. The shadows around you start to reclaim what was once flesh. They start to move from the sides of the room over to Caden and Thane and their bodies. From the depths of the chamber, the shadows move, not walking, not approaching. They're simply arriving as if they've always been there or were attached to the areas around you. Um, the bodies are lifted up of Caden and Thane in the air by these shadows. There's no ceremony, there's no grief. Um, Flesh, muscle, sinew, vanish, they dissolve into this darkness, leaving nothing but bones. The remains are carried to the wall of this central hub, and you see these shadows start to add them to the structure that is Shadow's Embrace. And you begin to look around at how many there are. And a sense of legacy. Many past recruits, you realize it stands eternal and that you are part of something much more ancient and old than you actually realized it at the beginning of this. The bones kind of just merge seamlessly, becoming part of the ever growing monument that's around you, a silent shrine or memory, a warning, maybe a promise. You're not sure which it is. You have survived, it seems, and you hear all the trainers that are around the room around you say in unison, "You have succeeded the crucible and have returned." And they all say that at the same time. It's not really a comfort. It's it's more like a statement or an absolute unwaveringness that comes across from these trainers towards you. Like the training beginnings are done. They don't have any kind of warmth or anything coming off of them as they're looking at you. Um, but there is an expectation on their face. And then you hear them all say together, "Prepare yourselves." And at this point, you hear a deeper voice that's coming from the north up here. And you realize there are 6 little burning flames walking up to what looks like some kind of rusted table of some sort, old and ancient, that Malik and Rashawn are standing next to. Behind it, the deep booming voice is about the man about 9 foot tall, jet black armor. Um, the air around you starts to shift and tighten, and you feel the shadows somewhat close in on you guys. The chamber is almost breathing though, because when you turn towards it to see if it's coming towards you, it moves away just a little bit, and then when you move back, so it's breathing with you or something strange. And then you hear all the trainers say, "The marking, the ritual, the marking of shadows will begin."
Stand.
Okay. Um, so I'll zoom out a little bit here. You see the trainers at the 4 altars, and you will notice, roll some observations from you guys as you're looking around through the shadows that are moving all around you.
Hey, wow, that showed up.
I made it.
Yeah. I looked at.
Okay. All right. If you make it, you will notice that all 4 corners where the spinning symbol of the Kishan assassins is moving, you see what looks like dragonic type forms in the corners of those rooms. And it's rather large. It cascades up over the symbol and in the shadows in the corners of these rooms. And it's like it's a dragon, is what it looks like. And there are 4 of them in each of these corners. You can't really make out a lot. As you can tell, the tokens themselves are somewhat hidden. But in each of the corners, that's what you see if you make your observation. And as I said before, all the shadows are around you now, and on the outskirts, they're thicker, but you can still see through them. And they actually look like beings that are moving about. And it looks like they are moving into some sort of formation. And it's all around you guys in this room. It looks very military, very lawful, shadowed individuals that you really can't make out who they are all come and line up in this room facing towards the guy with the deep voice that you heard in the black plate mail. As your gaze comes towards him, he he feels like the embodiment of power and secrecy. He's tall. Uh, the outfit that he's wearing is sealed. It looks as though it's sealed. The black and plate mail armor appears as like a seamless forge, no edges or anything like that. The armor doesn't reflect light. He has a sealed helmet as well, and then he's wearing a blood red hood that becomes a cape that cascades down his back, and he's holding a blade in his hand, just like that. Um, and you can tell by your trainers that this guy is somebody important. You don't know who he is, never seen him before. um, so you believe whatever these shadows might be are altering in and out of the shadow and the prime up, and they all see they're all wearing the same outfit, a black outfit made of silk, you can't really tell, flowing, whatever it is. And the guy that you describe standing at the front of it is, we will begin the ritual process. I will host this ritual. Again, come forward, one at a time.
I'll go up first if nobody else does. But if somebody else moves, I'll wait.
Okay.
Bjorn was headed up. Yep. Bjorn.
Okay, so it's who's ever close, and I would say, but you,
She makes it. Yeah.
I don't know which one would get first. And take these dead tokens off here for you.
I was just fixing to say, is that a dead body?
Yeah. Um, and so, of course, she was here. She could have gone first if she wanted to. No? So you just. All right. Gallius, are you going up? Okay, mosey on up. All right. All right, so, Skull, do you try to push past Iris, or she smiles at you and kind of holds her hand out like, if you want to go first, go ahead. All right, when you look at her, you look over at Alicia, and she smiles at you and nods with like honor towards you. She nods and smiles, and between the flames and this guy who's towering over this rusted table. Um, Around the chamber, the other trainers and what you're not sure of, maybe other Kishan assassins of the Shadow Clan, are all assembled. There could be elders in this room. They're very into the darkness itself. They in and out. So it feels like a warning with them in this room. At the invocation of the Trinity, and the ceremony begins as he starts to chant. And all around you guys, all of the trainers chant in unison. From the void, the shadow rises. From the side, the swarm. By the Trinity, we are unbound and yet forever bound. And they look forward to Skull, and he says, "Kneel." Sit there, and all the clan members, including the shadow beings from that point, you feel a connection to all of your head. You hear, "We see you," and it's just hundreds of voices that say it. It's so creepy. um, and that's what you hear in your head. And then the trainers and Graven begin to chant and say, "We are not name, nor face, nor past. We are purpose. We are shadow. The blade does not choose. The blade does not hesitate. The blade does not regret. The shadow does not betray, the void does not forget, the silence does not forgive. We relinquish self, we relinquish doubt, we relinquish mercy. By the Trinity we are unbound. By the syndicate our loyalty is unshaken, our service unyielding. We are patience, we are the unseen, we are the unbroken. And they all say that to you guys. It's loud with all of them, and it's like a chant. At this point, he looks and says, your trials. And then he holds up his sword and strikes it down in front of you. And every bit of clothing on your body is gone. You are standing completely nude in front of him. There doesn't seem to be any kind of emotional income of him, however, of any sort. And then he says to you, where shall I place thee? The shadow is you, the next loyalty to the sin. The rest of you will see holds it out like this and hold it up into the air, and some of the shadows come into his blade, and then you see his other hand start to glow, and he starts to reach out towards her. Um, it's like he's accessing some kind of energy from the shadow itself. And then he says, the unseen moves the world, the unheard shapes its fate. And then, boom, you feel his hand touch your back, and you are in the most pain you have ever been in your life. I need a constitution check to stay standing. Okay, so you made it. He's still holding on to your back with his hand, and this pain is intense, and he's still chanting something. He says, the blade is only steel until the hand gives it purpose. No voice may break the oath. No light may reveal the truth. And as he continues to hold it on there, it's burning more and more. And then when he gets to the last one, you make another constitution check or pass out. He says, a name is forgotten, a face is erased, a life is lost. And he touches you with his hand and his hand from you. Did you make your constitution check? Okay. And you have an 18? So, so you get around unconscious. Sees happen, and he looks at her, his hand out after about a round, and back up. He says, the mark is neither given nor taken. It is earned. Shadow does not claim fools, nor does it release traitors. And he nods and he says, your oath to the syndicate. With the marking complete, recite the bind you eternally to this house. Chamber around you at this point has the shadowy energy is flowing all over the room. You can see her back when she stands and turns to face him. It's smoking with this shadowy presence that's coming off of her back like some type of line that goes to the shadows themselves. Um, And then he gives you the oath to the syndicate, which is the thing he just said. He says, repeat after me, and then he does. We are neither seen nor known. We are the blade unseen, voice under the hand of the syndicate. Our loyalty is unshaken, our service. Last time you said, we are Keishan. You don't say that this time. It ends there. And do you repeat it? Okay. Um, uh, He brings his blade back up and strikes it down, and you feel an outfit appear over your body. Hooded to match the exact all the individuals that are sitting in these shadows. Like you look like one of them now. And we already discussed what happened with the tattoos. I've already sent you an email. You guys are all aware of that, so you can change that right now. Scald. Um, and she then and at Scald Talisinlik, the tech of the veil. This is welcome, Kishin Assassin. And what do you do? Okay. So yeah, so you just walk out of the flames and back where you were. All right, you guys see her. She looks completely different. I'll tell you about the outfit. I'll send you what all that stuff is when everybody's done. But everybody goes through this, and I need to know single single at a time, who puts what where. Iris will put it on her um, lower back, and right,
Where the tattoo is in my picture.
okay, on your neck. All right. And everybody else, let's go. So she puts it on her leg, running up her leg. Alicia does. So that leaves the three of you. You, Serafina.
Serafina will put it on her solar plexus.
Okay. And Jo on his chest. Okay. His left chest. All right. And Gallius. Okay. Thank you all for not being inappropriate. That's wonderful. So yeah, so you guys all do that, and you all see that before is gone. It doesn't matter what it was, with gloves, if it was the boy daggers, gone, don't have it anymore. It's not on your person anyway. So you all get the kit, you all get everything.
Yeah. Yes. Oh,
So,
yeah, who passed
well,
out? Do we
that
need to make
that.
constitution checks?
Oh no, no, no. I'm getting. So if you all do it, the same will have you guys happen. I'll need two Constitution checks. First one to drop to your
Good.
ground.
Oh, oh,
Good on the second.
7 and 13.
Right. Well, you,
Right.
you helped him prepare. So each of you was given a name by him. Do you want me to repeat yours again, Scald? Dark of the Veil, which is Talsynlik. Talsynlik. And he says, or the architect of the veil. So you speak the language, Taliesin lick that in the language, basically. Who was next? It was Iris. They call Iris Silfaralic, the whispered temptation. Alicia is Baithly, the vengeful mask. Seraphina is Zyre, flash in the dark.
Zyrae.
Yeah, the flash. Lick, the discerner. Bjorn is Vorak, Vorra. Melissa, Zalthira, Zxal, apostrophe Thi, the Weaver of Silence.
mm,
Violet.
And that's what he names you in this ceremony, each of you. Uh, and you each have received the Kishin clothing, or the last outfit you'll ever wear. Okay, so after the making of shadows, um, you're able to realize that these shadows are leaving. After the ceremony ends, they depart and go back into those corners of the rooms. Um, he is still there. The ceremonial area is still there. Malik, somewhat moves up towards where you guys are at, and he holds both hands together in front, and he says, "Welcome, welcome, Keishan." He's never been calm or kind or supportive in any way. Um, the outfit that you're wearing, the material's woven from a trinity infused darkness that allows the wearer to blend into shadows, becoming nearly invisible while in the shadows. 99%. It doesn't matter what your other skills are. This outfit too. So you'll be able to hide in areas where there's very dim shadows. Across it, or fabric that comes across it, and it's like like it's close to this. It's not quite that, a little different, but uh, they have glove, and it enhances your grip and your dexterity, ensuring that you never throw a weapon on a fumble. It always stays in your hand.
That is so cool.
The mask that comes across the face, when you put it up, the hood basically blurs all of the features that are inside of it. So you can't see what that individual looks like. It just shadows it. It prevents any form of recognition, even prevents form of recognition from means. When you put it to you and he realizes you can actually not in front of you. Thought he was, but go there with this outfit. Travel to where he's actually at. He's actually in front of you, and because you're wearing this outfit, you become aware of that. Uh, you realize the boot silence that ensures that your footsteps, your breathing, your movement, your drawing of weapons, any noise whatsoever is absorbed. Now you can still talk, but all your other movements on your body are completely absorbed. It's actually um, now. Do you travel to that place? Any of you?
Do it.
Everyone.
100%.
Okay. When you hear there, the outfit he's wearing now is made of you are, and realize that there are hidden ruins that are only visible when you're on the shadow plane that are coming off of this that show symbols of the syndicate, both your arms. Now, if somebody's on the prime seeing this, they won't see it. They be on the shadow plane to see this. Now, both of them, his it's glowing, is because you're in front of him. Excuse me. The fact that you're standing in front of him is causing this. Now, each individually have something within them. Melistra,
Yes. Yes.
yours has a wrapping that goes around your forearms from your wrist up to your, and as you put the outfit on and you start to, guys all start to look at stuff, you realize you can skeleton, you're not sure where they come from, and then you look at the walls and you realize you can animate them. You can animate and create different types of skeleton beings.
Dude.
You realize that if you're standing there and you get a cloak appears over you, hooded, and it's like some sort of metallic iron, and it goes. It's called the Titan Shadowbound Wraps. Gallius, you realize within one of the sleeves of your outfit there's some sort of cord, and when you pull, you realize it becomes this garret, but it's a garret of energy. And you realize you can wrap this around things and walk away, and that it will continue to choke whatever you wrap it around, or squeeze whatever you wrap it around. It's called the whispering coil, and when you use it, if they attempt to contact anybody through telepathic or mental means, you will hear what they say. And it's there's Serafina. Um, these are boots that um, you realize it doubles your movement rate.
Oh my
Holy
I
god!
mean, they would, you guys, they would.
I forgot to push my button, but I did say, oh my fucking god.
That's crazy.
Double movement.
Almost complete silence. There's a 99% chance that you can move silently, moving at those incredible speeds. So, yeah,
That's fucking amazing.
That is terrifying.
it is.
That's amazing. Thank you.
What class was it? I wanted to make sure that I. That's right. Okay. And then so gets a mask, another mask. I don't know what it does. It's at the Whispered Temptation, though. And this mask is outfit. Alicia gets a cloak, and that's it. Um, so a cloak ruins. It enhances magic, which allows you to double your range, area of effect of a necrobell,
wow.
and it's known as Shadow Look. And as he bows to you, and all this is going on, and you appear where he at this point says, each of you must bind your essence to your garb. Doing so will remove a stolen ladder. It will print the Trinity's upon you, solidifying the internal connection that you will have with shadows in the Trinity. If you wish not do so, you will be killed. Lewis, Keishan. And he nods and just a little bit aggressive, like, first time they've like um tried to not give you a choice kind of thing in an aggressive manner. Lord,
Yes.
okay, so not only do you realize you can change it to look like whatever the fuck you want it to look like, clothing, what things guys can see now isn't. Sure, and it uses of energy. So not only faces and do all that, you can actually make them like whatever the fuck you want.
Basically shapeshifting.
It pretty much is. Yes.
Dude.
You're Keishans now, he says. Welcome to the fold. Welcome to the Shadow Clan. We'll have 6 weeks of training with your trainers, teaching you how to become assassins. And for the next 6 weeks, or learn skill or weapon skill or um, assassin training that you would like to add to your character from gaining that. So whatever you guys want to do, have all those proficiency, all the skills are collected together in place where you know what they are. I assume you guys have already done that. Hopefully,
Get it. So you
anybody else still need to? Hopefully not.
I think
No, no, just not use your proficiency. So what I'm saying is it's a 6 week period of time that's going to give you guys the options to learn if you learned. There are lines that they give you during those 6 weeks of assassin training. I am a assassin before you swing, and you got to be in shadows wherever. You just have to surprise the opponent to do so. First, once that any following strikes don't get it. So they teach you that you can attack as one group holding your initiative. That is an option. If you're doing something and you all attack and hold your initiative attack at the same time, you can do that. Meaning that you have surprise. Yeah, meaning that you're hidden. Everyone strike But somebody might have a lower initiative, so you just wait till their initiative and I'll strike at the same time. Hold your initiative, kind of thing. They teach you that, and various other assassin techniques that you guys. You've seen the movies, you've watched, what I'm. All those things you learn how to make different decisions, like take on and things like that in that 6 week period.
So disguise piece of the outfit, like for Sabina, like, how smaller can she make herself? How much bigger? How much shorter? Is it
So
same as
you think you can
disguise?
become anything that you want to become?
So like she could become an elf
Yeah.
or
Why is it she becomes?
a human
She becomes one.
or
Yeah, basically, I can become a Quicksilver.
Yeah.
Do you gain any of that ancestry if you do so?
No.
did I already say that he's fucking awesome?
That's so cool. Well, no, I knew he was gonna say no, but I know how all of you are, so.
Wherever the tattoo's gonna go didn't matter. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh. Hey, you need to. Goodness.
Hold the stream for just a moment. I had a piece of software crashed on me. It's all good. Happens. Talk amongst yourselves. Goodness.
Technical difficulties.
Um,
That's gonna move everything on the
I
stream.
keep forgetting to press the button when I want to talk. It's gonna take some getting used to.
Bjorn will go up to Eurus and say, "You look better without magic."
She smiles. Oh, thank you so much.
And without clothes. But that's so.
Ah.
This how we all created.
No. Yeah. I think you all were asking that question.
Yeah, no, we're still third level assassin and then first level whatever we
Mm-hmm.
chose,
Mm-hmm.
right?
And second,
Yes, except for your assassin, your Kishin assassins now.
yeah.
So, which means that you can have another class, and you can also have the abilities from the tattoos and the outfits and so on and so forth. Make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, that was our experience for killing somebody.
Yeah. So, and you realize that none of that happened.
So, so I don't have that soul.
You do.
I do.
You do.
Yes.
I don't have the bracelet though.
I should reiterate that, yeah, you don't have the bracelet. You don't have the bracelet, but the soul was in something different, right? Not in the dagger.
No, it was in the soul gem that
Okay, so yeah.
Ilian gave her.
Well, no, you wouldn't.
Actually, no, it would have been in her dark stone. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you guys were stripped nude. You had nothing. Later, all that stuff that you guys had gotten before, you'll find in your room.
Okay.
So it wasn't
Like
taken
the
from you.
stilettos
All
and
that stuff you still have, and you could add to your character sheet.
the bracelet, everything that we had on the mission.
It's correct.
Okay.
The stone, the Whisper Stone.
So, because she was gonna keep that bracelet with the poison in it.
Now, uh, what I read was that we can or use telepathy through the marking, right? The tattoo.
That's correct. The tattoo has a bunch of abilities. I sent it to you. You guys should all
Yeah.
have that.
I just wanted to make sure during the training to practice the telepathy.
Gotcha. Well, there's not practice really needed. You can just use it.
Right, but
Um,
he's never used it before, so that's why he wanted to practice and make sure that we're
Okay.
not speaking out loud. And
Yeah, that's great.
so within that
oh,
6 weeks,
okay, little bird.
I want to take that soul and cast the spell Dark Cube and use the soul to do so.
Okay.
Do I need to read that to you, or you know what
Yeah,
it does? You want me to read
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Okay.
Exactly, little bird. You're only 7 feet tall.
I'm gonna wait till you're done.
3 feet's a lot of difference.
Are you guys done?
Yes, little sister, we're
Shut
done.
the fuck up! Dark Cube 1. A dark cube is created from the energy of the lower planes and has a myriad of functions. Create.
Wow.
Okay. I'll try to hurry. A dark cube is created from the energy of the lower planes and has a myriad of functions. Creating a dark cube requires a dark stone with one soul in it. The soul will be used in the casting and destroyed, but the stone will remain intact. Once created, the warlock can use this device to infuse souls into their grimoire from their darkstone. These souls will empower the magic within the grimoire, adding additional bonuses to damage, range, duration, and area of effect. The power of the infused souls only works for a single memorization and casting of a spell. Example, a warlock infuses one soul into a first level warlock spell, damage soul, inside their grimoire, and then memorizes the spell. Once in memory, that spell will now cause 1d6 plus 1 damage per level instead of 1d6 per level. The range will also increase to double the original range as well as area of effect, so an infused damage soul will have a range of 20 feet plus 2 feet per level instead of 10 feet plus 1 foot per level. And the area of effect will be 2 beings instead of 1. Once cast, the soul used will be destroyed. A dark cube can also be used to store souls in it for higher level spells such as Final Summoning or Divination Pool 5, but these require a Darkstone 5. The cubes are also used to traverse the planar landscape of the lower planes through magical means. For every 10 souls used, the warlock can innately shift up to 3 planes distance. For example, a warlock using a dark cube on the first plane of hell can shift to the 4th plane instantly. Dark cube 1 can hold a maximum of 10 souls.
Nice. That, that was
Fuck
long.
off.
That was
You told me to
long.
read it. That's why I was like, do you want me to read it or do you know what
Right.
it does? So she's going to sacrifice the soul of that Gold Star priest to create a dark cube.
Okay. That sounds fair to me. Sounds fair to me. Anything else anybody else needed to do during that 6 weeks? Yeah. It's like a shadowy cord just wraps around their neck and starts squeezing. It's magical, you know. It's going to choke regardless. Yeah, that it's going to squeeze regardless. At least at your level. Might some of these things might change as you guys level.
Ooh.
Just so you're aware. Reading the description of it, it says each recruit will receive specific enhancements tailored to their abilities with individual upgrades based on their strengths and actions as Kishin assassins. So yeah.
How many skeletons can I summon? Just one?
You don't know.
Do I have in Shadow's Embrace to do so?
No.
Okay.
You just have to have bones. Okay. You can do that. You can do that.
The double movement on the boots, does that change anything
Mike?
about
So
actions or attacks?
we
Mike?
can't hear you. Let me answer a question first. Okay. That any weapon that you guys get from the armory is +3. So
Unless you tell us it's +4 and
unless
that's a
it's
stiletto.
there's a couple that are +4, but everything else is +3 in there. Um, so depending on what you choose, but what was your
Ask my question. On the boots, you said double movement. Does that change anything about actions or attacks per round, or is
no,
it just movement and that's it?
just movement,
Okay.
just double movement.
Okay.
Goodness,
Hmm.
I can't believe you'd want to
This
have to
is so
roll.
cool.
42 times. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
It's freaking beautiful. I'm not bitching. I just want to be clear.
Oh, I know. All right. Um, any other questions?
I'm good.
Des, you good? Gallus? Okay. Ambidexterity, unless you're already an ambidextrous. Are you ambidextrous? Do you have a 19 or greater dexterity? Okay, so you would need to learn skill or an extra point.
There's a learned skill called ambidexterity, and it basically makes you ambidextrous. It gives you an extra attack with your offhand, which I took.
Yeah.
I was just fixing to say I did not.
1 second, I'll go look it up.
Actual, actually, I think it's also under rogue. Maybe. But yeah,
Mm-mm.
maybe it's in general.
One and open. Yeah.
Okay.
Only the martial. If you choose martial skills, you'll have to use 2 learned skills.
Correct. Right. If you try to use them without the learned skill, then you'll be at a -4 to hit with that hand. But it doesn't, you know what I mean? You have to use your, it's pointless to do that, so you'd want to have the dexterity bonus or not. But you can always have an extra sword, for sure. But as you're gonna have to carry a lot, but we'll get there. And so, eh, and so you can choose the weapon proficiency, not get access weapon time. So bear in mind, yeah, each can may result. So speaking, as you get to the evening, they tell you that you'll give a syndicate mission, and it'll be up to you guys to complete it and become syndicate members. You're already syndicate members, but show yourself. You're us. Sometimes we do what could be because we do what just all the right to willing. We have many enemies. You all will be getting those enemies just because you're Kishin assassin. So at the end of the 6 week period, to put your time at the shelves. The food, the kitchen is stocked, different looking than it was. Um, it's no longer empty, and the beds are really nice. They're not bad. They're simple, but they're comfortable, not broken. That's correct. And working bathroom, everything is is fine. That room is still down there where the symbol's on the floor. So you guys spend your time learning all of these things, and they come to you and tell you that your mission has been chosen. Your first mission has been chosen as Kishan assassins, and it will be up to you on exactly how you accomplish this mission. They will give you the material required, which is all the maps that I've sent you guys. I don't know if you guys got them all, but I will show them here shortly. They will tell you that this is not a simple mission. This is a assassination, possibly multiple assassination, with intelligence disruption, intelligence gathering. To understand what we're going to ask you to do, to understand what we're going to ask you to do means you understand that these are enemies of the state. It's a splintered organization known as the People's Movement. They are bigots and racist. Everything else that is not them should be used to destroy the future. Why we're doing this. We could give two shits about that. This is being done because the economic agreement, the intel that we've been able to gather on them. Your move will be to kill a suspected People's Movement military organizer and his gang. And it's on the outskirts of town south. We are located in four mountains. The location of the Shadow Clan, this building, this structure that you are within. They show you a world map. He tells you they are identical twins and very difficult to tell apart. We believe that he, being a cell of this people's movement, a cell member or military organizer, we believe that he is a great threat, both economically, and he's attained the portion of soldiers that becomes somewhat threatening in the areas that he's in. We believe he has around 50 soldiers under his command. That's not including hundreds. But he has 4,004 soldiers as well. Your objective is not only to kill us, but to disrupt and stop economic mission. You need as key commanders, do so. If you need to steal intel, do so. Or if you can, I should say. You can sabotage the infrastructure. There's a number of things you could do. Who's in Garen's efforts? Determine the allies and informants in Pickers, which is a nearby city, run athlete rife. They're an individual that they call the Karen Mossfoot. He comes from Pickers when he comes to the Wheelhouse. Is Karen, but is that not showing up? There we go. Right. So this is side far away area map. So right now I'm talking about the location that Garen Thorne runs as the Wheelhouse Tavern and Inn. It's located up here, right off the side of the road by the lake in the north. As you come down that road to the south, you will eventually come to an area called the Lakeside Inn, where the Golden Lake is, and the town of Pickers. These are located in the hills. There are various other locations on this map. They are of no concern unless it's somewhere that you need to go for some reason when you find out or steal intel or anything that comes apparent. There's a mine nearby, so they have a mining type section within their city of individuals that work in the mines. There's a pine grove nearby, various things that are close. To hone in, though, on the Wheelhouse Tavern and Inn, the location looks like this. The structure that is to the south is a stronghold that Perrin has built. That is where we believe the soldiers are being hidden. They are not on the outside. There are a couple out in front of the doors, but they are more, they appear more as security or that sort of thing. The actual Wheelhouse Tavern and Inn is to its north, and that's the structure that he owns, the business that he owns. Inside the Wheelhouse Tavern and Inn are a couple rooms upstairs, a bar downstairs, and then a basement. Garen Thorne is a human. This is the town of Pickers, by the way. Of course, you will have copies of all these maps.
You said that Karen Mossfoot is a.
Perrin, I will show you his dossier in a moment, he says. First, we'll start with Garen. This is Garen Thorne behind the bar. Leader of the People's Movement, or one of the sects or cells of the People's Movement, tavern owner, has around 50 soldiers stationed in the stronghold that's nearby to the south, the tower-like structure. Uh, he has two offices that are located in the bottom level of that tower or that stronghold. Often does business from that location. The basement of that structure has a war room that contains assignments, some intel, financial records, attack planning, things like that. Getting in there would be very beneficial. Their goal is, don't make any mistake, their goal, the people's movement in this cell that's located in this region, is to disrupt the syndicate's control, especially economically, take power over the local trade, the weapons markets, the political dealings, and use those soldiers to, you know, do the work that they need done. His brother, Darren, we don't know if he's involved or not. He could be oblivious to the whole thing or part of it. We don't have any intel on that. And the main reason is it's very difficult to tell them apart. They both go to and from the tavern and to and from the tower itself, the stronghold. Now, one way that we can tell when we can, which we don't always have eyes on, but when we can tell, is when his daughter comes.
Garrett or
Goran. Goran has a daughter,
Garen?
or Garen has a daughter, sorry. Lyra is her name, Lyra Thorne. And Lyra is a high-to-do jeweler and pickers, a little older lady. She's not young. She's not old, really. So I'd say around her late 30s. When I say old, I mean she's not married, which is odd at her age, but um, she could possibly be financing him, but we don't know. Now, she is a jeweler and picker. She owns a business there. Um, if need be, the daughter can be questioned, but she won't answer any more questions once you question her. We cannot leave any loose ends. If there are other ways to discover the information, we should use those. Kill as few as possible and only those that are needed to be killed. And definitely dispose and hide, incinerate any evidence that's left. If something like that has to happen. We do not want them to know that the syndicate is there. Now, the Wheelhouse Tavern has a cook. He's a gruffy dwarf, highly territorial about his kitchen. If you try to go in the kitchen, it'll be a stink. He never leaves his station. He never comes out of there, except when he comes to work and goes home, which he does with the waitress. They do it together. Um, he could be used as a distraction. He lives in Pickers, and so does the waitress. And every night and every morning, they come to the tavern. Um, I'd kind of like to know if he's involved. I doubt he is. He's dwarf, so he probably doesn't know anything about it, I would guess. And if he does, it's not in the fashion that he's following the people's movement. It would be more following Garen, if that makes sense. Now, the waitress is Myra, or Mira, sorry, Mira. That was a Freudian slip. Mira Luthen, and she is a sharp-eyed elven woman. She notices just about anything that happens in her bar. Um, she's wary of newcomers. Like I said, she lives in Pickers and travels with the cook every night, back and forth. We need to know if she's involved too, but I seriously doubt she is because she is elven.
So is there racism against anyone who's not human?
It's human, but in the depths of this organization, it's more Volskarian, Vulcan, Vulcan people.
They don't. They don't like Vulcan.
No, they do. The Vulcan are the elite. Yes, purity. The
Okay.
the humans are all accepted, though. Anyway, the cook's name is Brenar Voss, and the waitress is Myra Luthen, and the two of them, like I said, they travel every morning, every night down that road. Now,
And he's a dwarf.
yes, and he looks like this. He's a little guy, real grumpy though.
You ever met a dwarf that wasn't?
Had
And yeah, long ago. Now, this is the waitress, Mira. Mira Luthen is the elven waitress. She's kind of naive and always happy. She's very happy-go-lucky, but she won't be bullied in her bar. So she's the kind of waitress that won't be bullied at all. She'll stand up for herself. Um, Now, there are some key patrons that often come into this bar, usually located close to Mira. On the wall underneath this lamp is a key. Now, that key is to the basement. And there are two doors, one going down to the basement from the stairway, and one that is a secret door.
I think something happened to your mic. Hold on just a second, guys. Did your mic die? No? Okay.
How about now?
There you go.
Okay, so the key to the basement is located under this lamp, this oil lamp, that is located right behind Mira,
And it went
um,
out again.
on the wall.
Apparently, your mic doesn't like the key.
How about now?
There you go.
Sorry about that. Might be dying. I don't know. We'll see. I'll get another one and try it if that doesn't work. So, right behind her, right here. Where's that other one? Tell him we'll take a quick break.
We just take a quick break, guys. said.
You didn't push to talk.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. You guys hear me? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, really quick, guys. We'll be right back. Go ahead.
So I can't mute us.
Why not?
By the way, Dennis, Brian,
I can't mute us.
Why not? Why not?
So on the stream layout, it doesn't have it. I had it muted that whole time. I had that muted that whole time. You can continue to yeah. All right.
Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love.
All right. Can you hear me now?
yes, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Yeah, my
Should we
mic
be
went
heard on the
dead.
Twitch stream?
Huh?
Because he said he couldn't mute it.
Plug this in.
Like, could we be heard on our Be Right Back right
We
now?
can't. We could. We're not on the Be Right Back right now. We're back.
Oh.
So sorry, guys. Little technical difficulty. So behind Myra, try this again. Or Mira, right behind her, under this lamp, right there.
Fucking keys.
There is a fucking key to the basement. And to get to the
Under the
basement,
fucking lamp.
you would go down this place right over here to get to the basement.
Noted.
Speaking of which, the other stairs go up to the second floor. Now, when you walk in this place just down to the south here,
I'm sorry.
that's 2 stories tall right there.
I was trying to plug my mic in.
In here is also 2 stories tall. If you look
Oh,
at the
okay. Now I see what you're saying.
if you look at the windows on the outside, you'll see that it stands 2 stories.
Okay.
So it's way open, big open air. So if you go up these steps, it doesn't go to the second floor; it goes to the third floor actually. And one of
Oh,
the
joy.
patrons that comes in often is known as Syndrel Voss, and she is a Cambion. She is a gambler. She fast talker. She cheats at cards. She enjoys mind games. Uh, she probably would attempt to swindle anyone that she saw as a target, kind of person. If convinced, though, maybe we can get some information out of her.
That's weird for Cambians.
She might be able to, be bought, is what I'm telling you. And of course, she hangs out a lot with Mira. And that's usually where these individuals will sit. They're frequent to the tavern. There may be more here when you go in, but this is what we know will most likely be there every night. This individual, he's a half elf. His name is Kestrel Morgaine. He is a merchant in the city of Pickers. He very well could have something to do with what's going on. We need to know.
Kestrel what?
Morgaine. Now, he's a rather smaller guy, especially compared to the guy that he's always sitting with, Grognak Redtooth. And Grognak is a ex-soldier, orc, half orc. Uh, He had at one point worked for a brigade out of Queensland, but something went wrong. I don't know exactly what it might have been. He doesn't usually tell those stories, but he does tell other war stories. And he is very, how should I say this? Prone to drinking. He's a drunk. I guess there's no easy way to say it. Um, Heavy drinker. Brags about past battles. Known for starting, drunken fights and brawls within the tavern. He could be provoked into a fight at the drop of a hat, if need be. Um, and when I say fight, it's usually not to the death, of course. That would be a serious situation that would bring the sheriff in, which we'll talk about him here in a little bit. But another individual that's quite often seen is Baron Blackthorn. Now, Baron Blackthorn is a saint, but he's more of a fallen lineage, kind of like our good friend here. He's been hiding out there for about a week. We have found some contracts. Somebody is looking for him. Bounty hunters have contracts, and we have seen them. So he is probably incredibly paranoid and suspicious. He happens to be the only one there that has rented a room. There's only 2 rooms in the inn, and he's been sleeping for a week in the one of those rooms. The other room is open currently. Earlier in the week it was filled, but it's empty now. Um, and then in the corner over here, uh, she's a female drow. We don't know who she is. She's been seen the last 2 days there. She stays to herself, gruff voice, cowl pulled low at the table, drinking very little, but she'll drink close to a half a bottle of wine a night when she comes. So she's obviously not coming to drink, and she doesn't talk to anybody. She's a spy. She's something. She's attached to someone. We need to know who that is and what exactly it is. They have a wheelhouse inside that also is connected to the one in the river on the outside as well. Um, that's pretty much what we know about the tavern. I can show you what the upstairs room looks like. This is what it looks like. He's on the far corner, the bottom. That's where he sleeps.
And what's the saint's name? One more time, I'm sorry.
He is Varin Blackthorn.
With a B?
Varin, Varin, Varin Blackthorn. The basement looks like this. And there is an exit, a hidden exit at the end of that carpet. Right there. And that is what the key goes to. That could be an easy escape, a way out. So that's the Wheelhouse Tavern. And the tower, we have all of it for you as well. You can look over the maps yourselves. I'm only going to mainly concentrate on the downstairs, which has 4 guards, 2 at the front, 2 inside, and then 3 other guards patrolling down here. Uh, his office is located here. So we need to now talk about his commanders, and so that you know who they are. These are of concern. Captain uh, Varric with a C, Holt, has the same name as the other guy, Captain Holt. Um, he is an economic manipulator, a controlling money flow kind of political bribes kind of guy. Uh, he hates the syndicate. He wants to cripple us. He's definitely involved. Eliminate him if you get the opportunity. Across the hall is Garen's second in command, um, Captain Yuri Adorn, and she's his most trusted advisor. And she is definitely against the syndicate as well. All three of those individuals are members of the People's Movement.
What was her name?
Her name is Yiria Dorn, captain. Both of them are captains. Two of the captains out of the four. First level up, troop bedrooms, and also the sergeants where they sleep and hang out. These are the four sergeants. The guy with the hood is known as Sergeant Cade Ryan. He also known as the Hangman. He's the one that is done executions and torturing and uh, interrogations and things of that nature. He keeps all of his recruits under him instilled with fear. They don't fuck with him. And then you got Sergeant Ramos. He's a loyalist. He believes the People's Movement cause without question. Um, Keep an eye on him and do all you can to stop him.
Who? Which one?
His name is Raymond Raylos. He's a loyalist.
Which one is he?
Yes, he is the guy with the glasses.
Nerd.
And then there's Idris Twick, and he is a sergeant as well. He's kind of a scout commander, controls rangers and spies. He's definitely involved. Uh, if he's moving with Garen, or anybody for that matter, he's covering his tracks. We've never been able to pick him up. Then you have Sergeant Gwen Ghost. They call her the Ghost. Deveris, and Sergeant Deveris, she's a master saboteur. She works in the shadows like we do, poisons supply chains, cuts off food sources. She's weak in economic structures before. We've seen her involved with the People's Movement. She's definitely Vulcan, um, but her eyes are not blue. She's a rare Vulcan. I've only met a couple in my whole life. She's one of them. So
It's not that
that's
weird.
it is if you're not
I know.
half, if you're full. So next level up is their chow hall. The level above that is a couple of bedrooms and an area where um, either Darren or Garen can be seen sometimes hanging out. There are beds there, but they're used for unscrupulous things
Unscrupulous
from
beds.
the town of Pickers. There is a makeshift brothel there, about three girls. The next level up is where Captain Sor Davros is, and also Captain Ezra Steele. Now, the two of them are probably the most active of all of them. Captain Ezra Steele, Vaxon, he's cold, calculating. He's a master tactician, rarely engages in combat, but plans with ruthless precision. He knows how to command and use his troops. Often seen just wearing wraps around his fist. He doesn't even wear armor. We believe he could perhaps be of a monk-like nature. Um, the Captain Sword Dravos, he's a weapon master. He's the one in charge of the black markets. Um, he's doing the weapon distribution. He's been collecting weapons, bringing them to the stronghold. Uh, we believe he has outside contact and access to weapons to bring into this area. He's not getting them from pickers. They're coming from the outside. He may very well be a connection to another cell, which is also on your objective. Any information about additional cells would be helpful. Upstairs is a guard-like chamber. It's also an area where some of the guards sleep. The basement itself varies with how many guards, but they have it guarded pretty well. Usually 6 to 10 guards at a time down there, sometimes more. Down there, they do have a area where they interrogate. They do have cells for prisoners, um, and then it's storage, and it's also there's some military assessments and some intel that needs to be gathered from down in the basement as well, if you can. And that is exactly what you're going to do. Now, I've told you some additional persons of interest, including Perrin, but Sheriff Orion Talofal is a Hoffland paladin that is in the city of Pickers. He suspects Garen of illegal dealings, but he hasn't been able to gather any proof on it yet.
What was his name?
His name is Orion Talofal, and we do believe that he will be arriving this evening to question Garen. We believe that's going to happen at about 11:30 at night. So yes, you will be on the ground here shortly. Not too long. Um, Now, his daughter always shows up, Lyra. She always shows up at 11 every night, punctual. They have been seen arguing with one another quite often, though, just so you're aware. The fact that this evening could be you cannot do anything him suspect. He will bring the local militia of pickers to this location. Not that. Um, he's aware of the fact it has structure, and I do believe the gathering of these troops is the people's movement's access to this in the near future. We can't let that happen. Perrin guy that I told you to follow, this courier, he's going to be coming at about 15 after there. When he shows up, things could go sideways. If it's up when little, sorry, go this for a while now. Uh, so watch Lyra. Might be going on. She may know exactly what's happening though. Interaction with Garen must be closely watched and observed by her and him. Look for coded messages. Find out if they're doing it, and if she may need to be. She should not speak again. Now, you guys can develop an understanding of how you're going to do this. A suggestion: best points in the tavern is probably the basement if you could collect the key or pick lock. The offices and basement or room are important. Anything above that's you. Concentrations, they'll be necessary. Guards are always present. Um, we happen to have two tabards, and he pulls those out, which are two that they wear, so you like one of them, and they tell you that they wear chainmail, so you could easily change your outfit into the tabard in case you need the tabard.
Is that a tabard of?
Yeah. Of course, there's an ability to silently assassinate him in the basement and leave from the tunnel. That would be doable, but then be skipping the intel. The action of the cell should be definitely undertaken. We need to know what we know. This information that I've gotten to you came to me about 4 hours ago. It's locating plans, troop deployables, economic strategies, possible locations or contacts for other cells, eliminate the target, and any of his commanders you need to. It will keep information that's misinformation, if able. Deal with the commanders itself. If you think they're going to retaliate, do that. You can cause them internal chaos somehow, do that. You can cause turmoil in the ranks. Dubin's post-assassination will reveal critical contacts, possibly in pickers. After that, anything. And it's the Lyra, possibly level of all. The military presence in stealth is vital. Decide, as I said before. So I will tell you at the bar entrances, one in, one out. But causing a distraction, documents, setting alarms, you guys are not just a spy, this man active war effort. And a whole ring of keys on him. Access key ring will give you full access to any load. It may intervene. It's solid proof for sure of what's going on. Lord Graven is, he will tell you guys, He is a council member of the syndicate. He is boss, all our boss. When he's go, yes, not you to deciding exactly how you're going to go about this endeavor. Use your minds.
What's the time?
Well, you've got about 5 hours before you need to be on there, on
So we
station.
need this in.
If it takes gather it, then that's what it takes. 1 week, Snake Aaron, and but we need this taken care of, and this will be a step in the right syndicate to rise up in the ranks of the syndicate and let them know how honest you are about us and what. And he will nod and he will say, "You have access to any form of anything you need located within the armory. This is your first real mission."
Where would be a place for us to stay?
I shouldn't be bothered with those details. You are what you need.
Come on, man.
Come plan. Any to walk. You guys in there, going, what the actual fuck? Um,
Great questions, big guy.
so you have the maps. You guys need to decide on your own what exactly we're going to do. I'm going to take a real quick 10-minute break. I'll let you guys kind of try to collect your asses, and we will be right back. Don't forget, play your parts. You know what I mean? So, I think we're going away. Yeah.
Let me check.
There's two of them.
answer, nor does the dark. A phantom leaves no trace behind. The mind twists lies into a mark. The mask is silence, cruel and blind. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name.
By the way, Brian and Des, I wore this T-shirt just for you.
Very
And,
nice.
and we're back. Lots of difficulties with equipment, but we'll make it through. Um, okay, you guys have been given your first mission. He walks out of the room. When he does so, uh, Zara will come up to you guys and smile. Well done on returning. Not all recruits return. But it seemed that you had gotten rid of those squeamish ones early on. And then she turns and looks over at Gallius and smiles, and then looks back and says, "So, do you have any questions? Perhaps I can answer them."
Do we know if any of them have pets? I know that that's a weird question.
As far as we know, there are no pets on the property other than about a dozen horses in one barn, and then about six in the other.
Good idea.
The building with the blue roof are the six horses, and they're more like draft horses. The others are for the military that are located down next to the structure that your target has been collecting the soldiers in. It
Do they
is a,
have a blacksmith?
yes, they do have a blacksmith that is located within the compound itself, the tower itself. Um, However, they don't have a complete forge yet. They have a what is known as a mobile forge, and it can only do certain things. It is something that I believe they are attempting to acquire from the outside, because within Pickers there's no one that would be able to construct such things for the use to help with their military. So it is something they're struggling with currently.
I can build one, and I work as blacksmith, weaponsmith, leathersmith.
We don't want them to build one.
Oh, we can tear it down before we leave, or blow it up. I like big explosions.
One idea to gather intel is once we get in there and get a little bit more information, we might be able to take one of them out and replace one of them with one of us.
Agreed.
Perhaps the big one has a good plan, considering that if he was to go there by himself to do such a thing, looking for employment, and also have the equipment needed to build such a thing, perhaps he could join the cause. The People's Movement might accept him in the fact that he does have some human blood, and it is Vulcan at that.
I can go looking as Vulcan as well.
With our new outfits, of course, you could look like a full-blooded Vulcan if you wanted to.
I can. And he changes into a full-blooded Vulcan.
Okay. She smiles. It seems that you're becoming used to your outfits. That is good. You are the shadows. You are the distraction. You are the disguise. You are moving in and out through the veil. This task should not be difficult for you with the training and equipment that you have in your possession. Though the more time that you spend there, the more information can be gathered.
How common are travelers through that area?
Oh, I would say three or four individuals, maybe six in a busy time within a week. They most often will have all of their rooms rented out at least half of the week's time. There are travelers, traders, various people on the roads.
So maybe two of us could go in as traders as well, for travelers, and get a room at the tavern and inn.
Not to not to mention that some of the traders do come by boat. They will bring skiffs and things along the river, uh, bringing things towards pickers, of course. Some of them may even be going farther south than that. The river does go to the south between the hills, coming out of the Golden Lake. So some of the traders do pass on through. Not all of them stop at the docks there in Pickers. There are some lumberjacks nearby. I believe to the south, it is rumored that there are what they call sky cliffs, an area of land that levitates high up. There are known to be individuals within those cliffs. And below it, not far from it, is the Traveler's Inn, an area where often travelers come through going to the north. Then there is the Razor's Trail, which heads up towards Pickers. Um, Close by it is the Temple of Loving Madness, which is a structure that is made of a ship. It should be left alone and not messed with. Your presence there should not be seen. And then to the north of that are the Moaning Hills and the Vanderveer. The Vanderveer are a form of wild elf or tribal elf in that area. They keep to their own as long as no one comes within their territories. And of course, Pickers is just north of that. Slightly north and to the west is Foreign Village. It is a human establishment that grows tobaccos and things of that nature. The road from that heads just north, where there's an old hermit we believe to be a very powerful druid. That area should be left alone. The Golden Road, as it travels farther north, will come near what is known as the Hill Haunt. It is a graveyard of sorts, mausoleums and various other things. Undead frequent that area, but don't often bother anyone coming down the road. And then, of course, just north of Pickers is the Pickers Mine, where they are mining silver. So I believe you have a few plans in mind, and I'm sure that you could come up with the details. I will leave you be unless you have questions. You only have about 4 hours or so to come up with a plan. You will get there through magic. We will transport you via the shadows. You may appear anywhere within this location that you wish. You will be using the symbols of the Kishan assassins, the gateways.
Then if I go as blacksmith, I need to prepare.
Are there several gateways?
Yes, we may send you anywhere that you wish. The gateway is merely at this end. Wherever you appear, there will be no gateway.
As team, you like this idea? I go as blacksmith,
I think it's a good idea.
then I will get prepared.
Now, we don't want too many of us to be seen, but two more of us could go in as travelers, have some kind of story, and that
They
would get
also
us to the
have-
tavern itself.
They also have a brothel. Somebody's
They do.
Well, that would be located in Pickers, and Pickers is to the south, a ways away. It's about a half a mile, maybe a quarter mile, somewhere in between there.
I think she was talking about the makeshift brothel in the tower.
Well, the tower, yes, yes, yeah. They do. Well, they order their women from pickers. I'm not exactly sure.
I think Bubbles might be the best one for that. Not even having to possibly act on what she needs to do.
I don't
I would
think that would.
imagine that the ladies that go there are for the soldiers.
Most likely, Bubbles will say, but for me to stay there permanently would be difficult. I don't think that is a good option. Otherwise I would be in pickers the whole time, except when they called for us. You mean coming in and out, perhaps. I don't know. It could be a good idea. I might be able to gain more information in pickers, especially from the girls.
That's an idea. They probably know quite a bit about what goes on inside that tower.
You also maybe become quite popular and one of the few that won't actually can charm your way and convince them things have occurred
Of
that have
course.
not actually occurred.
I think this is a good plan. I would be more than happy to do that. I mean,
So we got two.
all the world's a stage.
That was the other thing I was going to say if we had a traveling type of entertainment.
Well, I will not be myself, of course, but I'll look as pretty as I can. You think that was like she's afraid she's not going to be as pretty as she is by being someone else. Very, very
Very
narcissistic.
narcissistic.
Did you say traveling entertainment?
I thought possibly traveling entertainment. I think that possibly the blacksmith, that's one option to be able to gather some type of information or at least be able to start freely moving. If they have only 3 to 4 visitors, to 3 to 4, sometimes 6, there has to be a reason. If we all just show up at the same time, that's suspicious.
I agree. Now, would it be normal for her to have a bodyguard with her of some kind?
No,
No,
the
the
women
women.
come alone. Um, this area, there's not a lot of high crime rate, or there hasn't been until more recently, and the women would know those committing the crimes because it's usually the guards, the soldiers that are within the tower itself.
Do either of Gallius and can't remember what you call his character's name.
Melistra.
Melistra.
Yeah, you can call her Mally.
Mally. Gallius or Mally, do you have possibly any know about this Cambion at all? Not saying you guys would, just you guys seem to have run across each other.
Do we have a picture of her?
I would have to think of the name.
I was going to say she'll look at it and think about her name and see if she recognizes anything about her.
No,
No,
you've never met her, neither one of you. And then
And then
again,
again, no.
Gallius, you've seen so many succubi come and go, Cambions come and go within Mephistopheles. She could have been one of them. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's so many that you wouldn't really, but you don't recognize her when he shows you the picture.
So you said succubi,
Listen-
so being Cambion, could we assume that she's a succubus by looking at her?
No, I
I
said
said
succubi and Cambion, both.
So that's and her name doesn't ring a bell.
No.
I was just asking because her
No.
dad's an incubus.
Well, apparently, succubi, incubus, Cambions a dime a dozen through the mansion, so it's really hard to tell sometimes.
I never paid attention.
I'd have to look directly at a face and see if I really remembered it. This picture doesn't really do much justice.
I would definitely say, well, obviously.
No, Cambion the Gambles does
No.
intrigue me.
Alicia says, well, she has red hair, and the majority of them do, so I'm sure she blends in quite well with other Cambions.
I think that her being a swindler.
Yes,
She gives her that look when she says that.
Okay.
Ooh, racist.
It was right. She's like, she kind of raises her eyebrow at her, like, really?
You're coming through super loud when you lean forward, by the way, Cikala.
Oh, sorry.
He says, or she says, not that I'm being racist or bigoted or anything, but you all kind of look the same. And she smiles at you. You realize she's a black woman. So anyway, she's smiling at you.
I'm sorry, I look nothing like her.
Seriously, we look nothing alike.
You guys can't take a joke.
she's real serious.
Shakes her head.
Sarah's opportunity to change the subject, ease attention. She is going to use her new outfit and change herself into an elven woman.
Okay.
And she's going to pull her piccolo and just gently play it just a little bit.
Okay.
I enjoy the idea of the traveling entertainment for the rest of us. That might be the best way to go.
Lucia's like, I'm
Traveling
not
in.
sure what I would do, but
Yeah, we.
maybe.
No, if they're short-staffed, the dwarf is grumpy. Nobody's helping him.
There's no, you know,
With the arrival of more and more troops, yes, feed more.
there's no advertisements, or they, as far as we know, they're not being looked at. If someone, you would have to feel that out and see if Mira or the cook, Brenos, would be interested in having help. Brennar doesn't in his kitchen, so it might cause an issue. But the waitress might want time off. I don't know.
But that may be something. I could
I'm
go.
curious. Sorry, go ahead.
I say I could possibly go in looking for help, see if they need help. I think that would lower the entertainment group again because you don't want a huge group coming in. And I do think having entertainment, somebody among you needs to be a good swindler. Any thoughts on that, Gallius?
I have never swindled anyone in my life. Now, people have emptied their pockets of their own accord, but you can't blame me.
Traveling troupe could also be seen as wanting to do cards here and there. Would mingle with people. Got a piccolo player.
I suppose I could do fortunes. I know nothing about them, Alicia says, but I could fake it really well, I suppose.
Well, okay. That's something.
I have no idea what I would do.
I did do a weird thing with puppets for a while.
This may be something we don't know. We don't want to know.
I mean, it could be adapted for the situation.
You're a sick little
Were you
bird.
talking like tarot cards and things? Oh, I could throw bones.
There you go.
Then again, just someone.
If we come in as one thing and then travel and leave, and then come in as another thing and travel and leave, and we can find a way to be there, continue to leave and come back.
That's
Well, one of my
actually a good
previous
idea.
ideas was we could, use this to get in and then maybe assassinate somebody and replace them once we get to know
And the big
their
guy
voice,
doesn't have to.
personality. Go
And
ahead.
the big guy doesn't have to go alone. He could be not so good at setting up his own business. He's just good at the job, so someone is trying to establish it for him.
Front person runs the front.
Front person trying to find the business, go in, do all the thing to let him produce it. Where
You need um, of course, and things of that nature. Sounds like you will need a wagon.
Alice could be the trader.
I suppose there's a thing or two about contracts in the repertoire somewhere.
That would be a good idea. I do really like the idea of coming in and out,
Can
figuring
you
who's what.
run in horses?
I'm sure I can figure it out, yes.
I can work wagon. I can horse.
No, different form, of course. Yourself, right? So
I
you'll be able to sit on the wagon or in it if it's covered. If equipment, it could be hidden perhaps in the wagon. We could make some false bottoms and have some of your equipment that is located here, there, at your active need be. That way, if something comes up, nothing on you.
Exactly.
So I will commission a wagon for you with 4 horses, and we will get a forge, the things needed to put together, and some armor as well on it. You'll need some various other improvements within the wagon. So you can, but I'll need to take the wagon before I do so.
And if anyone, we could set up a forged logbook of, success beforehand, just in case they want to see, you know.
I am sure that we could come up with that for sure. That is not a problem. We will make it to where nothing close by has done work with him, which is why he is in dire need. He's been traveling for some time. You will need probably a destination and need to be convinced not to make that destination, but to stay there and join them.
Is there anything further along the way that would be a worthy destination?
Well, farther to the north, yes, and we will put that into the sales book. I believe maybe in the city of Eldefast would be a good location. Perhaps in the city of yes, Elderfast would probably be the best there to the north. We could put it to where he has done work for the city of Elderfast quite easily. Matter of fact, we could have all that paperwork together before you leave.
Perfect. Well, there we have it.
So the two of you are taken care of.
What do you guys think about the rest of us?
Seraphina is going to try to use the accent skill to slow down her talking and sound elven.
Okay.
A possibility.
All right. Roll it.
That was also going to be another question. Seraphina is ridiculously fast. Can she also move slower?
Yeah, she rolled a 10.
Okay. Yeah, you can slow down your speech enough to make yourself sound elven, but God, it's annoying.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's annoying. You think faster than that. It's so slow. You're like, this is going to be like talking to a tree, and that's how you feel.
Or talking to Bjorn.
Yeah.
So when she accomplishes that, she'll look at her and say, or at Maui, she'll look at Maui and say, what would you like me to do?
Very good.
Thank you.
Well, Alicia can read fortunes. I could throw bones. You can play piccolo, right? We could be a traveling. I don't know.
Profecolo?
Profecolo?
A
A
traveling
traveling
Profecolo?
Profecolo?
Like prophecy and Piccolo together? Traveling Profecolo?
I don't know.
Well,
All
there's
I
your
can is
name.
welcome, of
Piccolo's
course.
Prophecy. What's wrong with that? I'd be entertained.
Up to you all. So Iris will be going to Pickers. The two of you will be going to the wagon. Do you want to be coming from the north, of course? So you'll be to the north on the Golden Road, say a good half mile or so away. As
Fair
far
enough.
as the three of you, you will need some form of transportation. Traveling upon the road, three women such as yourselves would have most likely something. Horses would probably be the best option with saddlebags. Can you ride horses? No. Very well.
I've never ridden a horse. I've never seen a horse before, to be correct. So
Well, when we took you to Zool, you did, but
We
we
just
can
saw.
make sure that the animals will behave themselves and follow your commands, if that helps. Yes. Sounds like you have a plan. Now, what sort of details do you think you need to discuss before enacting this plan? You have accomplishments and goals and mission statements. Those must be ever present within your mind. You will have plenty of time
Unless,
to try to eliminate Garen. Of course, you'll need to be able to tell him apart from his brother, Darren, and you need to disrupt his growing army and economic plans, neutralize the commanders if possible or if need be, steal intel and sabotage the infrastructure, determine who's allies and who's informants and pickers, who might be backing Garen's efforts in the People's Movement. Uh, Follow Perrin, Mossfoot, and uncover any further connections within Pickers, and also at the same time be constantly looking outside of Pickers. There is a sergeant and a captain that, of course, you have information on that has perhaps brought things from the outside. They may be connections to those cells.
Who runs the mine?
I would have to look that up, but I can do that. I can figure that out.
Because
I believe it's two brothers that live within Pickers, but I cannot remember their names. They have approximately 45 miners that work for them.
where they're saying the daughter may be giving money to the cause, but what if it's the brothers from the mine giving the money?
well, perhaps two blacksmiths and a person that's selling his wares will figure that out.
That's a good idea, because that's a very curious.
if we're renting a room, we'll need money.
Of course,
Yes.
any money that is needed, it will be provided. We will give you enough to stay there for at least a couple weeks, probably close on to 1,000 silver pieces each, if need be. I would
And of
say
course, in
that
case we need to wrench the fort space.
rent the floor space.
Forge space.
Oh,
Or
yes, yes, of course. Um, 10,000 silver should suffice for something that might be a surprise situation. Of course, you will be out of contact with us unless you see one of our operatives. We will bring them to your location.
Can we not talk through the symbol?
You can, 600 feet
Feet
away.
to you. For how many?
Only 600 feet. You will not be able to speak
Oh,
with me.
I've decided I'm going to join Gallius and Bjorn.
be
Bjorn is the
impre-
blacksmith, and I will
and it,
be Bjorn's child.
apprentice?
I'll go as a child.
Okay. Then you must look as Vulcan
So she'll.
or half, because I am slut.
The fact that
So
you
what?
both are
What's the other
Vulcan would
half then?
the fact that you both would be Vulcan would be very beneficial to the cause because they are the people's movement. You would be seen as more
And a
important than
child Vulcan.
yes,
Children are typically not seen as. That's. I should be able to move around.
yes. If you're
Be
Vulcan,
so
they will
helpful.
be more accepting of you. Of course,
Well, I
Gallius.
assumed all three of us were going to be Vulcan,
Yes,
but
yes. I would suggest it. But you will need a backstory, where you're all from, how you know one another. You need to take care of all of that.
I don't
Now,
really know
when I say you're on
because
location in,
travel.
say, 3.5, 4 hours, you will just be within a half mile of the location, of course. You may spend whatever time you need discussing things, camping, whatever it is you want to do. You have your mission. We will put Yes, there is. The farthest Vulcan place to the north is quite some way away from this location, would be across the ocean, unless you went through western wildlands. Would be the city of Volskar, the home of the immortals.
it's part of the game.
But then farther north from that is Ver, but that is a long track. I would say that you would need to say that you are, um, that if you have been trading and searching for jobs and work within the Danitarium, but because of the war, you're looking for something else.
A better life for you and your child.
That's right. That's right. Perfect. Because you know the war would keep you busy, but coming down here, there wouldn't be as much work. You're fleeing the war because of your child. Yes.
Exactly. Caring about those
So you, will you
things.
be so will you be the child's mother? She looks over at Gallius.
I
I'm
suppose.
sorry, your face.
Whatever it takes for
Both
the
tables.
team.
Well, of course, if she has a mother and a father, it would make more sense. Why would a father not just get rid of the child? There needs to be
Exactly.
there needs to be a
Oh
mother, I
my
would
god,
say.
your
So,
eyes.
so the two of
Your
you
eyes.
will need to be husband and wife, most likely. That would
You
be more
touch my ass
beneficial.
one time, Bjorn. One time, and I will kill you.
All
And
right,
then he takes on the form of a long-haired blonde woman from Volskar.
so the three of you will have, of course, know everything about each other, so you'll be responsible for that. The three of you will, of course, be familiar with one another, Alicia and the two of you, in as much as you've been traveling together. You'll need to know how long, come up with story, whatever you wish. If you would like, we could send you to the north as well, coming across a blacksmith and, of course, his child and wife would be no problem to travel with, but of course your story should be separate. So the fact of all of you coming in together is possible.
Well,
We just
especially if we
met
just
each other on
separated
the
the
way.
tavern. Gave a couple travelers a ride and dropped them off at the tavern as we went to make a deal and find a place to lay our forge and make a new home.
There you are. You're doing well. There are many layers to this. You must soon understand that no matter how many layers you build, it must be remembered and it can change and alter. Improvisation, very important. So I will go and prepare the things I need to. 3 horses, a 4 horse drawn wagon, and then are we missing anyone? Let's see. Oh yes, you'll be going to Pickers. And she looks at Iris, and Iris is like, yeah, so guys, if it doesn't work out there, if there's nothing there, then I need a plan to come to the wheelhouse.
Then you come begging for a job at the tavern. No big deal.
Would you rather go with us instead? Are you feeling uneasy about that plan?
Not necessarily. I think it's a good idea. Just feel like we're separate, and maybe we should not separate completely. If one other
Well,
went
the
with
tavern
me,
is separate from Pickers, and we need eyes and ears in both locations.
Well,
yes.
considering I have no real musical or entertainment talent, I could go with you. That's always an option.
Oh, talents of seduction. Are those on your menu instead?
Yes, she looks at her kind of funny, and she's like, "Well, I, um, I guess you could. I
She'll
mean,
shapeshift into her. I
okay.
guess you could, and mimic it back to her.
Well, you won't be able to do that.
But my point is I can
Oh,
look for her.
twins. That would be interesting.
I'm not
I'm not
using
That's
using
this
this
a good
face.
idea, Gallius.
It's always a good idea with twins.
But if it's twins, then perhaps Darren and Garen might become interested. What a good idea.
Ooh.
We
We
will
will
Plus,
come
come
up
up
with a
with a
form.
form.
It's a good idea.
it is a good idea. Good job, Gallius.
Oh, no problem. Despite this form, I will not be joining you. I don't need any of that.
Oh, but my dream has come true.
I will play the mother through and through.
Mm.
Yes, so sounds like you have some plans, and I will get everything together. When you're ready to leave, let us know, and we will get you there successfully.
Some very, very dirty plans.
The road to the north, from the hill haunt on down, there will be nothing of any interest. Of course, you won't have to worry about any river. Just to the north, a little bit more. Any watercraft coming down um, upon your arrival. So let's say we place it, right here. Does that sound good, Gallius and Skull?
Yes.
Works for me. How about you, dear?
I like the idea.
That is where you will be with the wagon. If it's any farther forward, you could perhaps be seen by those coming down the river and such things. We have no need of
Question.
that.
What do children typically call their Volsker parents?
Papa and Mama.
Thank you.
We also need to come up with names.
She gets up and starts leaving
And she'll
to go
To go
prepare
prepare
those
those
things.
things.
She'll look at yours and she'll say, "Where are we from? What are our names?" We need to talk about it. Because if we're really going to do this twins thing, then we have to know everything there is to know about one another.
I am Luca.
Well, we will not know that, she says.
No, no, that's he's telling his wife. I am Luca.
I couldn't hear what you said, Hawk.
Luca.
Luca.
Luka.
Luca? No, your name is Yorick. Deal with it.
Okay. And I will change.
Ophelia, Coraline. We are the strong hammers. Don't worry about the rest.
I'm Coraline.
Figured that out that quick.
Yes, you are.
I like that name.
It's part of the job, dear.
So, Mama, are you going to be the one that's more stern?
Oh, I am forever loving, dear. Don't worry about that. A soft hand where it is required.
What's the last name?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Does it? So off the side, does it have to? Like, I don't know. As far as Volscars, I mean, if they're not necessarily living in Volscar, is it just the name in general, or is everybody part of a house? I guess I've never actually asked that.
So anybody that's Volscar comes from one of those houses. She'll say, "Well, we could be from a small town called Corm.
Okay.
It's to the north, and it's located in the northern lands. Looks like a corn town, a very small location. Perhaps we should go to the library and gather some information on it."
It's a good idea. Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
She'll get up and start heading
Okay.
towards the library.
All right.
Let us know if you guys need anything.
Yeah, give me a Volscarian last name, would you please?
I'll get you a book on Volscar.
I'll just go myself.
Okay. See you soon, dear.
You
Did
guys
you
are
say hi?
taking me out with that.
I will go get equipment.
I can't hear Hawk all of a sudden.
He said he's going to go get equipment.
And he
Ah,
said, "See
okay.
you soon, dear."
Yes. Yes. So you guys will gather all the stuff that you need, and head that way. You gather the intel. You and her can talk about it and figure out exactly what your names are, your
All right,
last name.
GM, just give me your last name, GM.
Um,
Swear to fuck if you say Dumont.
Sith.
Let's try that.
Really?
I'll ask Alicia in my new
Wait,
accent if she would like to practice our act and figure out names and backstory.
Can you hear me now,
Can you hear
dear?
me now, dear?
I can, darling. Yes, very much so.
Okay, because I'm using the computer.
Such a heartwarming voice to hear. I'm gonna have to roll Constitution and not fucking throw up in my mouth every time we talk.
So is it Luca or is it Ulrich? By the way.
Yorick. Yorrik. Yorick.
York.
Did you give a name, by the way? I don't know if I heard. If you did or you said figured out.
I said Sith.
Sith, okay.
Sith.
Yorick Sith, Coraline Sith, and Ophelia Sith.
Ophelia Heine.
Great.
Oh my
Called
god.
that out way too quick. Could at least give me a little bit of lead up.
All right. Um, so you guys will appear in the wagon and on the three horses of the traveling company, the musicians or storytellers or prophecy, whatever the hell, tarot cards, all that, right here. You and Iris will be here.
Are we walking or are
You're on
we?
you're on
Are we on
horseback.
horseback? Okay.
The two of you will be on horseback as well. So everybody has horses except for the family, which they have four. So they actually have an
Yep.
extra horse, pulling the wagon and all the stuff that you'll need um, on the trip. So uh, within the wagon, like when you guys go out, the wagon will be on the outside of the Shadow's embrace with the horses and all that. Shadow will just cover all of you. You'll get on your horses, you'll get in the wagon, and Shadow will cover you and transport you. Before that takes place, however, um, Zara shows you the hidden compartments that are where they're at and how to open them. But there's a lot of stuff on top of them. I mean, a lot of heavy stuff on top of them. She tells you that's best because it would be hardest for them to get to those locations. You guys can move this stuff, but it's not
Exactly.
going to be an immediate, quick thing. You're going to have to hide it and keep it there. And so, yeah. So you guys will get into the wagons, you'll get on the horses, and the trailing, smoky, like shadowy mist surrounds the horses and you guys, and then you will appear at the location that you're at. Um, Now, this happens in dark. So you're probably about 7 o'clock, I'd say. Just gotten dark. And you guys are going to do whatever you're going to do. But let's take a quick break there and come right back here in just a second.
Weird.
Weird.
Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love. We are the five cold hands of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love. We are the five cold hands of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Steel does not falter, nor does the dark. A phantom leaves no trace behind. The mind twists lies into a mark. The mask is silence, cruel and blind. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades, the phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love. We are the five cold hands of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades, the phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Steel does not falter, nor does the dark. A phantom leaves no trace behind. The mind twists lies into a mark. The mask is silence, cruel and blind. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades, the phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. We are the five, unbroken whole. The hand that carves, the will that kills. No oath can bind what fate controls. No God can judge what shadow wills. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love. We are the five cold hands of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love. We are the five cold hands of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Steel does not falter, nor does the dark. A phantom leaves no trace behind. The mind twist lies into a mark. The mask is silent, cruel and blind. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. We are the five, unbroken whole. The hand that carves, the will that kills. No oath can bind what fate controls. No God can judge what shadow wills. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love. We are the five cold hands of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Five are the names we bear in blood. Five are the truths we carve in fate. Not man, not beast, not bound by love. We are the five cold hands of hate. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name. Steel does not falter, nor does the dark. A phantom leaves no trace behind. The mind twists lies into a mark. The mask is silent, cruel and blind. The blade cuts swift, the shadow fades. The phantom walks where none remain. The mind deceives, the mask is worn, and death will whisper back our name.
What I was saying was that between the two of them, three. My bad.
And we're back. Hawk was back a little early, but yeah.
Trying
You can tell what he said, what you were saying. Real quick, I got a wagon and a horse up north, and a horse over here. That's where you guys are. So you're saying what?
What I was saying, which I was trying to get out before we started again, was that I'm uh, between the three of them. He is only going to speak in Vulcan and very broken common, so that more likely somebody will be more willing to open up around them or around him because he doesn't really speak common.
All right. So when you appear, it's dark out,
Yeah.
um, and you guys on horseback are just kind of riding with them. You can either ride in front or behind the cart. Behind. Okay. So you guys will head this way and start heading towards the wheelhouse. Well, it's a horse behind the wagon, yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Here. Here you go. Um, so yeah, you guys are going to head down that way, coming in on horseback with the wagon uh, to that destination, and you are going to go this way to here, and you'll have to enter in through the gate there at Pickers, right here. So that's where we will start with each of you. We'll first start with these guys at the gate. So the two girls, you come riding up. You've decided on your names and all of that. She when you guys come walking or come riding up to the gate, there's a couple guards there, Hoffling guards with full plate mail and pole arms, little guys. Up on the ramparts on each side of the gate, you can see more halflings. Some of or hofflings. Some of them have bows and arrows, and you can see what look like ballista up there. Uh, Giant crossbows, basically. And as you come riding up, she says, "Well, V, I hope they have an inn."
I
And she
know.
turns and looks at the guards, and they look at each other and look at you too. Greetings,
Hi.
two ladies traveling alone at night.
Hopefully not for much longer.
She smiles at you. She's like, well, yeah. What I was going to say
Oh,
is
never
that
mind my mic. I'm
the
sorry.
war efforts might be doing pretty well because there hasn't been anything happening on the roads, and well, fine ladies like yourselves are able to travel freely. It would seem that to honor the queen, we should raise the standard in the name of Queen Amore, don't you think?
Absolutely, absolutely. We should absolutely be able to travel by ourselves with no worries.
Well, what are you looking for in Pickers? We got to ask. Why are you here?
What did they discuss right before just an inn? That was what they discussed before they got
Yeah,
there.
just finding an inn.
We're just looking for an inn to sleep in for the night for now.
Oh well, there's plenty of inns. At least what, four of them? He's like, yeah. They would probably like the gentle rest, though. One guy says and looks at you. It's might be a little more expensive, but it's nicer. It's across town. Just go straight across on the other side of the marketplace, and you'll find it. You don't want to go. There's one place you don't want to go. Down towards the southern area down there. There's the Red Lantern Inn. You don't want to go there.
Okay, thank you so
Que-
much for your help.
Questionable types.
She'll kind of glance at Iris, like,
Well, thank you. Is there any toll to come in? He's like, oh, no, no. And he goes over, he goes, let us open the gates for you. And I'm sorry. He pulls out this little booklet. He goes, your names.
Brillia and Solmeria.
Ah, If you don't mind my asking, you got to be sisters, right? You're
Twins.
twins. Well, that'll be easy enough to record. All right. Well, come on in, and they open the gate and let you in. First thing you see is a church to Gold Star to your left. Blue building,
Goodness.
light all over it. Straight ahead, you can see that there's a road that turns to the right, or you can walk in, or you can ride into what looks like a marketplace. There's a fountain, and yeah, down here, down this street, located right here, you see a tavern or an inn that's got a red light on the front of it.
She'll telepathy her and say so.
I would imagine it's the red light.
Are they watching us?
You turn back around and they've closed the doors, and the guards that are on top are still facing outward. You see one of them look back at you, but he looks back forward again.
She'll let her take the lead.
Okay. She heads to the south towards that building, and you guys come out front, in front of the Red Lantern Tavern, and she starts getting off her horse and tying it up.
Do the same.
Well,
And she'll try to, like, as she's watching her movements, she'll mimic them and try to
okay,
make it look more like they're twin. Do you understand? Like, trying to mimic her body movements, doing that whole thing. So.
okay. Um, you guys will enter. So we'll leave from there and go back to you guys. You come down to the area where the bridge is next to the Wheelhouse Tavern, and then you can hear the water running, and you can hear the water wheels spinning as you come up to this bridge here. Looks like it's a very nice bridge, very well crafted out of stone. Um, kind of shadowy under the bridge. There's a lot of shadow hidden there. You know that the structure to the north is the actual Wheelhouse Tavern and Inn, and the building with the blue roof, you know, is the stables, a place probably where the wagon would be parked, that kind of thing. And then to the south is the tower and the other stables where the soldiers are located. Do you guys turn in and go across the bridge?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. All right. You guys come up to right here.
Yep.
First, first thing, what do you guys do as you coming across the bridge and you're looking? What you gonna look at anything in particular, or just try to take a survey of what you see?
Yeah, he's gonna make sure to check everything all the way around first and be nonchalant about it. But
Okay. Okay. Um, so the only thing you really observe is that there's two guards at the front door of that tower, and they seem to be very interested in you, looking at you as you guys come up in the wagon up over the top of this bridge with the girls on horseback behind you guys. Um, you see there are lights coming from all the windows of the tavern, uh, flickering lights. To the south, you can see flickering lights through what look like slit holes or murder holes inside of this tower-like structure. You can hear some horses in the barn. As your horses start to snort, you hear them snort and kind of whinny a little bit, and you guys come up. Makes quite a bit of noise when you guys come up, and you stop right out in front of the barn, and you see what looks to be a 12-year-old boy, 12, 13-year-old boy, come out from the barn and take off running to the south, away from you guys.
he will jump down first. Oh, so go ahead. Sorry.
Uh, no, you see no one else.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do, but I was going to help you down first, like you would a wife and the daughter.
Okay.
I want to. I want to check.
And that's what he will do is he will check the wagon over and make sure everything's
Okay.
squared away.
I'm gonna check out the boy that ran with observation, see if I can see anything distinct about him.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Let me turn you up. What?
I want to check out the boy that ran out of the barn with observation,
Okay.
see if there's anything distinct about him.
Roll observation. Okay.
Yes. See it.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you both made it. So he looks like it's obvious he's running to tell somebody, but he kind of looks excited in doing so. Not scared, not yeah, not scared, not anything like that. Just excited, and he's running to tell somebody that you guys are here. You think?
Mm.
You guys head down the walkway that goes down towards the river, and there's a lot of spray. What?
Good.
All right, so you head down this way, and it goes down towards the river. When you get down here, about this location here, it's really misty with a lot of water in the air coming off the water wheel. You can see what looks like some kind of moss growing on the side of the structure at the bottom. It does kind of look slightly waterlogged, but it looks like it's been kept in good condition. There's paint on it. It looks like this place is really nice as you come walking up. The outside doesn't look stupendous as you start to walk up this walkway that's a wooden walkway, and it seems to be a little bit wet and dangerous. And it's got handholds, it's got railings that you can hold on to as you walk up it. But it does look very hazardous. Okay? Take the steps. Okay. All right. You get to the front door and you can open it up and you can go inside. As you're walking out, as she's walking into the as Gallius is walking into the tavern, you get out, start checking around the wagon. Um, he goes down and starts walking down towards, kind of goes out of sight a little bit because it's down a hill and around a corner. You really can't see him right now or her. And you see the kid go into the tower, and the guards open the door for him. They open the door, and he runs in, and they close it. And you start checking around. You're looking at everything on the wagon and all that kind of stuff. Um, then a couple moments go by, and a kind of gruff looking individual, warrior type, comes out of the tower with a kid trailing next to him, and he looks over in your direction. Then he looks at the kid, and you see him reach inside of a pouch and give him something. And the kid takes it and happily, and he puts it back on his hip and starts walking back up towards where you're at. And the kid's following him, looking at whatever he has in his hands, and he starts walking towards you. Um, all right. Since I didn't know who was going to be where, I have all the tokens here, but Gallius, Scold. When you open the door, immediately there's a very nice rug that runs, multiple rugs that run to your north. Then you see stairs going up and to the left. Just to the left of it, there's stairs going down and to the right. There are windows in this area that are 2 stories up. The ceiling's really high. A couple double doors to your left, and the walls are carved wood, and it's intricate carvings. Somebody has spent a lot of time carving these walls, and it's so nice. The floor is made of wood. There's a lamp immediately to your left that's burning off some light, and then up this hallway, which is actually a big entryway because it's tall. Like I said, it goes 2 stories up um, to a ceiling up above you. Um, and yeah, there's windows, and those are the lights that you saw cascading out. You on the outside, you can actually see those 4 windows on different levels
Hmm.
from where you're at. You can smell food, and you can hear water to your left. So you go in. Okay. Okay. She she opens the doors and runs over. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So your intel is spot on. Everybody that's in here is exactly where they said they'd be. You recognize each of them, including the one that's cloaked over in the corner, which you really can't make out what they are, but you know it's a female drow. But yes, everybody in this establishment is exactly where they said they were going to be. Um, this half orc smiles and kind of turns around and looks your direction. So does this merchant half elf, and they look at you. And then you see the bartender, which looks like your target, smiles and waves at you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, she's fine. Don't worry about her. She can't hurt the water. Just don't go in there, little one. If you climb up in there, you can get caught up in that wheel. We don't want that. All right, all right. Where are you gonna go? Right here. He moves over this way to you. um, from your training, this guy's not a bartender. When he moves, you could tell he's a warrior type. It looks like your target. And he's like, "Good evening, ma'am. Welcome. Well, welcome to the wheelhouse." And when you came in here, it's 2 stories tall in here as well. So like it's really open and high. Each of the tables has a lantern burning at it, and then there are 4 at the bar. And he says, "Well, thank you so kindly, ma'am. Thank you so kindly. We love this establishment. It's been here for many a year. What can I offer you on this evening?" You You see Mira coming across here as you start talking. She comes this way. Go ahead. Oh, well, that's interesting. What sort of business do you run? Meanwhile, you see Mira go towards Scald. And she comes up to the fountain where you're at. She's like, "Hi, little one." Oh, you are too. I do like your dolly. I do. What's your name? It is. I'm Mira. It's such a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, let's take care of that, she says, and she goes back this direction and comes up to. Okay, she gonna go this way. Just start looking around, or by the fountain, probably right, like that. Okay, all right. So when you get when you get right about here, um, my headphones went out. My dog. Oh, they're good. Okay. All right. One of them went out. One of my headphones went out. Anyway, when you get right about there, the drow, you you detect Kishan assassin, and she does too. And you see her cow kind of move up, and these blood red eyes look at you, and she kind of turns her head to the side a little bit. And then in Kishan telepathy, she says, "Well, hello there." I was going to ask you the same, but you can call me Arindra. What clan do you hail from? And why are you here? And you see her kind of laugh a little bit physically. The angelic being is watching you as well. And when she laughs, he looks at her and then looks back at you, and he kind of like, okay, yeah. She holds her head down and hides herself from you. But you do that to him or to her? Okay. He raises an eyebrow. Um, doesn't really say much, just raises an eyebrow, and he kind of smirks at you for a second, but then goes back to his drink. Very good looking, by the way. Like, like super good looking. Too good looking. Like, he's probably gay, he's so good looking. Yeah, no, not you. So Mira comes up to you from behind and kind of walks next to you. She's like, "Hi, dear. You and your child were hungry. I can take your order. Would you like a menu?" And he he goes over to the side and over here and grabs a menu and says, "Here," and hands it to Myra and or Mira, and she hands it to you. Uh, and she says, "Well, I'm sure she'll want to look at it. That actually has pictures," she says. He says, anyway, Mira, go ahead and just bring them a family feast. They've been on the road, it seems like. Do you guys drink? He says, and he looks at you. Of course, a family feast will take care of all of you. I'm sure he'll get the wagon and everything taken care of. Once again, welcome to our establishment. What kind of business do you have? And you see Mira just kind of nod and walk back towards the kitchen this way. And she, he looks you over and he's like, really? The half orc looks over. The half orc looks over as you're talking, and he's like, "Ah, so you have a husband, huh?" So, so the bartender, Garen, Darren, you're not sure which one it is, looks over at him and tells him to go back to his drink. He's like, "Go back to your drink. Leave the fine lady alone." He's like, "Ah," and he nods at him and goes back to his drink. He's like, "I'm sorry about that." So what will the three of you be drinking? Uh, he raises an eyebrow and he's like, "You're definitely not from these parts, are you?" Very well, very well. I will get those for you.
Chickens. Chickens knocking. He couldn't even get it out.
So good. It was, you barely got it out your mouth. Yeah. So you're waving at the two of them down here. You going to do anything like go in any direction or just stay there? Yeah. Okay. He kind of looks at you funny and looks over at your mother and he's like, "Go back to your mother, little one." She telep she telepathies to you. Um, Arindra telepathies to you and she says, "What clan? That's important. I'm also gathering intel." You hear her sigh in telepathy, and she says, "The Void Clan, dear. How about you?"
Not opposition.
You don't think she is. She's being kind of rushed with you, but she's not being deceptive. Okay. Ah, interesting. Well, I won't ask any further questions. If you require any assistance, please let me know. Go on, little one. I don't care about your damn doll. All right. You start coming to Ambien and smiling to your tail wrap around the chair she's sitting on. She's like, well, hello, little one. Really? She looks at it, raises an eyebrow, and she goes, well, that depends, dear. Does it talk? Well, what would the doll say if the doll could talk? Huh?
Say again.
Food? Food. About that point, you could smell it coming out of the kitchen. It smells so good. And Mira comes out and comes to the bar. Ah, so you met. What'd you say your name was? I'm sorry. Coraline. She says, "Oh, you met Coraline. Isn't she cute?" And she goes, "Uh-huh," and looks back at the doll. She goes, "We were just having a conversation about the dolly. She's so pretty. Can I see her?" Well, you seemed awful friendly at first. My name is Sindril. Sindril Vost. I just wanted to see her. I don't want to take her from you, dear. Okay, that's fine, little one. The angelic being, he gets up and he leaves. He gets out of here and leaves the room. You're not sure where he goes. Meanwhile, outside,
Mm.
so the girls, you get off your horse and you can see uh, he's checking the wagon and the other two go inside. You're holding your horses. You're sure there's stalls in the barn, but there's nowhere to tie them up out here except to the poles. You see hay and stuff like that. Looks like there might be some stalls in there.
I'm in pictures.
No, I'm talking to her. The girls, her and Licia. Licia looks at you and she's like, I guess we should put our horses in there.
I'm kind of surprised there's nobody here to take care of them.
Maybe that kid does it, but I don't know. She kind of walks over with her horse, just holding it and looking to the south in that direction. Um, and a guy comes walking up with the kid. And one second. I probably have more. I can bring in another token, but he's already on the map upstairs. So as he gets closer, um, you can see that he's not wearing his armor, but he looks like a fighter type. Um, he walks up to you, and his fists are covered with some kind of fabric, and they go up wrist and everything, like he's a boxer or something, kind of like that. And he comes walking up to you. This is what he looks like.
It's the one that they said was probably a monk.
Yeah, he says, Captain Steele. Hey, ladies, You need help there with those horses?
Yes, please.
Comes walking over and grabs the reins on the horses. He's like,
Yorick.
Yuri.
No. Yorick.
Pleasure to meet you. Is that his name, ladies?
We're not together.
Oh,
He,
oh, I
he
apologize.
pointed it. I'm sorry. He pointed at himself. Forgot the mic. He pointed at himself when he said that. So
He says Yuri.
Yorick.
Yorick?
Yorick.
Yorick. Nice to meet you. He says, so you're separate. If you give me just a moment, I'll be right with you.
Not understand.
He does that, and he walks your two horses into the barn as you're standing there. As he starts to go, he goes like, "If you want to just go in the end, go ahead, and I'll put these ladies up."
Thank you.
He nods. You see him take him into the barn.
Turn around and go inside.
Okay. You guys have done what you've done, and you've ordered the food, and that's about the point that Wachi's character comes in. At that point, he's going to come up to you and say, Do you want to put the wagon in the barn, or you just want to leave it out here and cover it?"
He points at the end and wife.
Okay.
Speak Vulcan.
Yes.
So he switched to Vulcan and said, "My wife's in there. She can help anything what you need."
You're married,
Yeah.
and I suppose you have a little daughter, from what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What question you ask?
welcome to the Wheelhouse Tavern and Inn. Um, where do you hail from? What is your last name?
Sith.
I am a Sith. Well met, brother. And he extends his hand out, shakes your arm like he does it like this. He's like, "It is a pleasure to meet a brother."
He
Um,
tries not to crush it,
okay.
but you were asking what about this
The wagon. Do you want to keep it out here or put it in the barn?
inside? I have
Okay.
materials in here that I don't want wet.
I see that. Are you a blacksmith?
I am. So is my
Really?
daughter. So is my daughter. She is learning from me.
I'll be damned.
I am a master smith, leathersmith, armor smith, weapons.
Really?
Yes.
Do you have, well, he walks over to the wagon, like, kind of looks, and he's like, "You have weapons for sale, then?"
He'll pull the tarp up and show armors and weapons and
He starts looking it all over. Uh, oh, how long does it take to make something like that? And he starts asking specific blacksmith questions.
yep.
And yeah, as long as you have the secondary skills and there's no check. Is there a check on it? I think there is.
Yeah, there is.
Make your check.
You want me to do the masterwork check too? Six.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you know exactly what he's talking about during the conversation. You know all the shit that he's saying and everything, and um, he says, "Well, we might know somebody that's interested in those. I'll let you know. Um, are you looking for work?"
Yes. My wife, she sells. I do the work, and my daughter, she always
Oh,
helps.
so I need to talk to her. Well, we need whoever would need to talk to her. All right, all right, good, good. Well, I'll take care of this for you. No worries. We'll get it in there and everything. He walks over, grabs the horses, and starts taking it on in.
Thank you. And then he'll go inside.
Okay.
He'll actually stumble up the stairs, make it look like he's, clumsy.
Okay. All right. You come in, the same thing. You see the same thing. What you do? You remember the description, right?
Yep.
All right. So then you come through the door,
Yep.
and she's with you.
I named her Tamara.
Okay. And your name?
Amelia.
All right. All right, you walk in and head in this direction, and she's like, "How about here?" And she points to the table and looks nervous.
Absolutely.
Okay, she sits down here.
Just so I could see her try to relax. She looked nervous.
She goes, "I'm trying to. Where do you want to sit?"
Just take deep breaths. She'll put her back to the bar
Like that.
so she can listen.
Okay. Um, Scald, Gallius, you see them come in and sit down, of course. Um, Valentine? Yeah. Oh, you mean and not have the other kid? Yes. Alicia will say, interesting.
You're not coming through. And did the fallen angel come out?
So he does not come out.
Okay.
You wait and watch at the door, and he does not come out. And then you come to the front of the door and enter. You come in with your wife. It's almost out so fun.
Hold on, we gotta switch out mics really quick. Give us just a second.
How's that? He would say, well, I kind of run the place, but it's my brother's establishment. Oh, that's okay. I'm Darren, Darren Thorne, and you, ma'am. Ah, good strong name. I like that. And your daughter's got a nice name too. She's a cutie patootie. So do you stay over here next to this lady or do you move away? Mira comes up to this table to take their order. She walks past and then he's coming in. Okay. All right. All right. So you can and you can see the key sitting right there. And when you go up to that door, are you sneaking up there or are you just walking normal? Like do you try to you okay. Okay. All right. So Syndrel, she's smiling and watching you and flicking her tail and kind of laughing a little bit at the situation. Darren's being conversing with Gallius, so he's not paying attention. So no one seems to see you but her. You assume the drop will see you too, but and the key is right there. Meanwhile, comes up to the table for a I don't know what your name is. I'll just say Serafina. Uh, Greetings, ladies. Madam over here said that you were traveling, coming and met upon the road, and that she would love to purchase your meal for this evening.
Very kind.
Alicia goes, yeah, well, we didn't travel, but we were close to them. Yes, it's better to travel in bigger numbers. And she goes, of course it is, but they have. She nods. You see a look of suspicion. She moves away from you and goes. You see suspicion, and she goes this way and goes into here.
I will
Um,
telepathy
hold
everybody
on.
in the party.
She's coming up to you, Scold. You see her walking around, coming this way. Do you try to go in, or do you try to come back? And what do you do? She okay. It's just a key on a ring that's sitting on a nail that's in the wall underneath the lamp. Um, all right, if you do that and she's coming back, she looks at you and just for a second, and she says, she comes to the door and she looks at you just for a second. She goes, "You better be careful, Bruna. I'll yell at you." And she goes in. When she goes in, you could see through the door, and you see a dwarf in here that's at a table, and he's got some food. And then the door shuts again.
As soon as she walks away from the table, Serafina will use the telepathy to everybody that's here and tell them that the waitress Mira talked with us, and Alicia was nervous, and I think she's suspicious of something. I don't know what.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's a good idea, but ooh. All right. All right. She's like, I'm acting nervous in hopes that some big strong man might come over here. At that moment, as soon as she says that, this half elf turns his chair and looks at her, and then the half orc will as well, and says, well, hi, ladies. We hear you were on the road. What are two beautiful girls like yourselves, ladies, I might add, traveling on the road alone? And the half orc goes, yeah, it's dangerous out there. Can be for ladies.
Not so much lately. We are traveling entertainers.
Like,
You come walking by as they say that.
yeah. He'll walk up. He'll kiss his wife's hand. Oops. Now I need to use my mic. He'll kiss his wife's hand, and in Vulcan, he'll say, "Everything's good, love." And then he'll skip a seat, leave one for his daughter, and then sit.
Okay. He comes over and brings you a ale. He goes, your wife said you needed this. Darren.
Does he say that in Vulcan?
No.
What's he say?
He looks confused and looks back at you,
And then he'll look over.
Gallius.
He'll look over to Ophelia and say, in Vulcan, he says, "What's he say?"
Oh, well, no worries, he says in Vulcan. In Vulcan, he says, I speak Vulcan. Uh, pleasure, pleasure. Darren, he says.
Yurik,
Ah, excellent.
my common is no good.
Huh?
My common is no good.
That's all right. He says, we can speak in Vulcan. Matter of fact, I think that's a beautiful, beautiful idea. So your wife tells me you guys are blacksmiths.
Yes. Well, I'm the blacksmith. She runs the front. She helps.
Oh, that little child over there helps with blacksmithing? I'll be darned. Must be a tough little kid.
Yes.
Well, welcome to the
She's
wheelhouse.
she's our kid.
Welcome
Very
to
good.
the welcome to the wheelhouse. Are you guys are going to be looking for a room or?
Do you want a room or do you want to sleep in the wagon? Okay.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, we only have one room open tonight. He looks over. He's like, "Ladies, are you planning on staying? Staying the night?" He looks over at you and Alicia. Alicia looks nervous and she's like, "Yes, we've been on the road and well, I'm just dreadful tired and freezing to boot and it's cold and I'm hungry and after I get some food, maybe we can figure out what we're going to do. But if you only have one room, then that's
I
not going to
can
help
sleep.
us."
I can sleep outside, and all four of the girls can sleep in the same room. It's not that big a deal.
He looks at you, Gallius, like, what is she going to say about that? Well, you could step out by the barn if you wanted to. Oh, you mean setting up as far as becoming a blacksmith? Well, we'd need to work up the details, but and I have to talk to my brother. I'm sure he's heard about it already, but I'll talk to him and see, and we can decide, say, come morning. But if you'd like to make an encampment outside of the tavern, over by the barn, that's fine if you want to put tents or whatever you need to do. I know you've got equipment out there that's expensive. Very well.
Very kind of you. Thank you.
All right. Mira, damn it, comes out right around that time that you're throwing up the doll. She comes out and goes past you. She doesn't stop you. She looks at you and smiles and walks past you. Okay. Okay.
Sarah thinks you might have to take the hat off right there, talking to, and try out her new escort skill, her charisma,
Okay.
and say, "What does the lady have to do to get a drink and some food around here?"
Roll it.
Mm. Yeah, he's knocking back on that ale.
Okay. Made it.
520.
You see him hop up and he comes over and sits down here, and the big guy comes quickly and sits down here and he says, "Well, have two strong men sit with you. That's how you do it." And they sit down and he kind of holds his hand up. He's like, "We got their round." And the bartender nods, or Darren.
She smiles at Alicia and winks.
She smiles at you and looks bashful. And he's like, "So, ladies, what do you guys do?" And about that point, Myra hears a yell from the kitchen, or Mira hears a yell from the kitchen. You hear a gruff voice basically say, "It's done." She comes running past you and goes back into here. Yeah, it's done. Okay, roll 20 to hit with the dolly.
I just know it. Oh my.
What'd you get to hit? You can use your dex missile weapon. So that's a 15. Yeah, you'll hit. It hits the key. Now you got to catch the doll. Roll into your dex, and then you might have to make another roll. So the key's falling, the doll's falling. What do you want to do? Do you want to grab either one or let them both drop? Okay. Okay. It it the bear draw or the doll drops and the key drops right on it and makes no sound at all when it hits it. Um, and it's sitting on the ground. Nobody turns around and looks. You do see Syndrel looking right at you though. You don't know if she saw if the key got knocked off or what the situation is, but she needs to be distracted somehow. Well, yeah, he's watching what the other team members are doing. Of course he sees it. Yes. That's what she does? Okay. She walks over to her? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Um, Darren turns and looks down there, but he sees Scald. But you're just standing there and your doll's on the ground. You're not sure if he sees the key or not. It's kind of slightly behind you. But he's looking at you now. Um, when she comes up and says that real loud, what do you do when she says that? Anything?
Oh, I looked down to see what she was talking about. And,
Okay. That's what makes him turn, and then yeah,
well, do you want hair that color?
he uh he turns
Oh,
he turns and walks over here to the sink, and he's like he looked.
can I have another?
He says, "Of course, but no, you better not let your daughter back there." And he turns and starts grabbing another mug. He turns his back to you.
Coraline, don't go back there. Okay.
The Cambion will turn and look at you when you say that. So now, currently, you have no one watching you. Okay. All right. Um, what do you do with the key when you scoop it all up? You just sit there still holding it, or do you move it into a pouch or a pocket? Okay. All right. Into the doll. Okay. Um, Mira comes out and she sees you over there sitting crying, kind of crying or whimpering. And she's like, she goes, "There's food. Come on." And she starts walking this way. And she comes up and starts setting food down. Okay. All right. What what about this lady? She's she she just looks at you like no, she just looks at you and starts looking you up and down. Oh, really? And she turns and looks past you and over at him. Really? You're good at cards.
Damn, you guys are good.
Well, I just so happen to have three players, including myself, but we needed four to actually have a game. If you're interested, I could try to set something up for later this evening. Yes, you seem to be well off. You seem to be well off. So maybe, I don't know, the buy-in stakes maybe 2 grand, 2,000 silver. Okay, wonderful. Well, I will let you know. Let me get some people together.
Food.
Mira goes over there. You come down and sit down and start eating. Uh, Actually, Mira, after she comes over to you guys. She's like, "Your food will be done just shortly, you guys. Here's your second round," and she gives you or here's your round on them, whatever it was you wanted, and she will ask what you want.
Elven wine, of course.
Well, good, little one. Okay. It seems to be working quite well so far. Um, Go ahead. Mira will get your food, bring it to you guys, your drinks, whatever it is, and then she'll tell you that the room is renting for 22 silver tonight.
We'll take it.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Okay. Great. All right, and she takes that and gives you guys your food. She tells you it costs 35 silver. She galleas. Okay. All right. all seems to be well. You guys are. You seem